on our website, INDOT CRO's website. They'll be available as a YouTube channel, YouTube video, along with other INDOT CRO virtual chats. All but the MOA virtual chat are available for viewing now. And I know we have a lot of consultants online who email and share phone calls with me and my staff. We may not see each other face to face a lot. So at this time, I'd like to, if we can remove the title slide from the screen, Andy. I'd like for the INDOT CRO archaeology staff to introduce themselves to the group so we can start putting, some faces to the correspondence. So, guys and gal. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Yeah.
I'll start. I'm David Moffett. I mostly work. I mostly work on the southern part of the state, but not exclusively.
I'm Matt Kuhn. I mostly work in the west half of the state, I guess you'd say, but also not exclusively.
Hi, I'm Patty Jo Korzanowski. I'm also an archaeologist, and I work in the north and central part, but lately I've been working all over. Thank you for coming.
All right, thanks for that. And hey, while we have everyone online, I'd just like to take a moment and recognize that September is Archaeology Month in the state of Indiana. And we're pleased to offer this presentation as part of an official Archaeology Month event. So I'd like to thank DHPA for promoting this presentation and all the other events that have occurred around the state in recognition of Archaeology Month. And just as a reminder, the month is not over, and there are still opportunities to celebrate Indiana's rich archaeological heritage. In fact, there are a couple of really cool opportunities this weekend. Anderson, or Mound State Park in Anderson is hosting Archaeology Day Saturday, and also Saturday and Sunday, Kotiki Park in Strawtown up in Hamilton County is offering a variety of hands-on events. So I encourage you all to get out, visit your state parks, your county parks, check out the Archaeology Month events that are occurring around you. Event details can be found on DHPA's website. And the following presentation is intended for seasoned archaeological professionals as well as grad students just starting their archaeological career. And those professionals may need just a refresher on geoarchaeological principles, while those just starting to work for INDOT may not know what our expectations are for projects that occur in alluvial soils. And so really that's the purpose of this presentation. Some of it, it may get technical, but we have lots of pictures of cool things. So hopefully it's interesting to, our environmental friends who aren't archaeologists, but still have to deal with us, right? So lucky for us, we have Pat Trader of Gray and Pape and Andy Martin of CRA, who put together this really great presentation for us. We started collaborating months ago in preparation for this, and it's kind of evolved over time. We were just going to showcase some cool cool investigations that CRA and Gray and Pape did for INDOT in the Ohio River Valley and the White River Valley, and it kind of morphed into this, hey, let's go ahead and provide best practices for consultants, archaeological contractors, in how to, identify buried sites, what kind of landforms to look for, what kind of soils to look for, what tools to take in the field, what methods to utilize, and how to make a recommendation for or against additional archaeological work when you have a project in an alluvial setting. And so that's what Deep Thoughts is all about. And without further ado, let's go ahead and introduce our main speakers for this presentation. We have Pat Trader from Gray and Pape and Andy Martin from CRA, and they're going to take over for the next hour or so, and then we'll open it up for questions and discussion. So thank you all very much for your interest in this virtual chat, and we hope to keep it interesting for you. And we'll talk later. Thank you.
All right. Hi, this is Andy Martin with Cultural Resource Analysts. Hopefully everybody can see the screen. And I guess real quick, I'll go over the format of the presentation. We're going to briefly talk about site formation processes, just how sites form in alluvial settings. And then Pat's going to talk a little bit about soil and soil taxonomy. And then we're going to go into some methods and some best practices for making recommendations in these settings. And lastly, but not least, we're going to give some case studies or some examples from some larger projects that both Pat and I have been involved with. So I will start with archaeological site formation. So archaeological sites are the result of a combination of cultural and non-cultural natural processes that occur around them. Cultural activities, that occur at the site, reflect the intensity and frequency of the site use and could help us identify what type of site we're dealing with, whether it's a campsite, village site, etc. And environmental processes kind of affect those sites and can tell us a little bit how old the site is sometimes, and those things that may have negatively affected, eroded the site, or perhaps preserved the site. So let's start with cultural processes. Those human activities that result in the deposition of artifacts and the creation of features. And again, this kind of reflects the type and frequency of activities that occur. And can also, we also need to consider later reuse of site areas as well as modern cultural activity. Sites don't occur in a vacuum, and they're constantly affected by not only the current activities or the activities that created them, but also the later activities that might occur around those locations. So let's look at a few examples of how sites or how cultural processes can affect sites. And we'll start with an example of maybe a less intensive use or less frequent reuse of a site. This might be a small campsite. In this case, I'm envisioning a small fishing camp adjacent to a small stream. These sites might result in, especially if they're only used once, not much artifact deposition, and maybe not many features being created or used there. Next, sticking with a floodplain or alluvial setting theme,
No. So we have our first technical glitch. Andy looked like Andy was forced to leave the meeting for some reason, so he should be rejoining soon. Let's see. We'll try and figure out what's occurring. Sorry, everyone, for the inconvenience. We'll be back shortly. Pat Trader, do you have a copy of Andy's slides?
Uh, Let me. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Is that Andy?
that's Kevin.
Uh,
Hey, Kevin, can you turn your video off? We're having,
all right. Let me look and see where I have it. Yeah.
Don, I went ahead and put the slide up, but
Oh,
somebody's microphone's on. This is Patty.
did you put the slide up or did Pat?
I did not do that.
Oh, okay.
I did it. Don.
Okay.
I'm trying to find what he sent me. Oh, hold on, I'm in the wrong. Yeah, I can't seem to find his first presentation. I have his second one, but I can't find a copy of his first one that I have. So.
Pat, I already put it up.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No worries.
Well, I'm texted him to see if he can rejoin, so he should be able to rejoin shortly, I would think.
He's trying. He didn't realize he was kicked out right away.
Okay. All right. So temporarily stand still. Kevin, can you go ahead and turn your video off, please? Good to see you, though. All right. Andy is rejoining, so we'll pick back up where he left off. Andy, are you back with us? Hey, Patrick, I'm not sure what's going on with Andy. How can we just maybe just move into into the soils
Uh,
into the soils part,
Sure. Here,
and
let
we
me.
can circle. Oh, hold on. He's just got back in the lobby.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, gotcha.
All right. I'm not sure what happened there. Sorry. Can you see my screen?
Yes,
And is that where I left off?
yes.
Okay. Yeah, apparently I went about 5 slides in and was still talking to myself. So we'll pick up where I left off, and hopefully I don't get kicked out again. So I believe I was talking about cultural activity and formation processes, sites that occur with that. So we went over less intensive use or less frequent reuse of a site, like a small fishing camp here along a stream. It might not have a large amount of accumulation of artifacts or features that occur. Next, you may have more frequent use of a site further away from a stream. And this can result in more accumulation of deposits. In this case, I'm envisioning a house site adjacent to maybe a backwater slough, where the site itself might be reused more often or used more intensively, more chances of artifacts accumulating there, and just overall more visibility when we go to look for sites later. Lastly, further away from a stream's edge, you may have much more intensive use by like a single component, maybe perhaps a village site or a base camp on a terrace. These types of sites could result in much more accumulation of artifacts and features, and would be very visible later in the archaeological record. So that was brief, and sorry about the disrupted overview of cultural processes that might affect archaeological sites and their visibility. But of course, sites don't occur in a vacuum, and cultural activity is not just the only thing that affects its visibility. The environment that surrounds a site can also affect how it's found and if it's found. So, using those same 3 examples, this short-term extractive camp adjacent to a stream, let's look at the environment that these sites might occur in. In this case, even if it is intensely used and you're right next to the stream or reused repeatedly, because it's next to the stream, because maybe it floods more frequently, those deposits, those artifacts, those features might just get washed away. There may no evidence that these types of sites might exist in the archaeological record. Further away from the stream's edge, a site like this off of a backwater slough still might flood occasionally, and sure, there might be episodes where it washes away things, but I think it's less likely and more likely to have sedimentation occur at these types of sites further away. and more likely to preserve them. Perhaps the site on the terrace would even flood less, but as a result, you may have more environmental processes affecting it, whereas that site there on the floodplain might get silted in and buried and less affected by animals and vegetation and that. But the site on the terrace may be affected by more of those natural processes, more chances of disturbances up there. Although it still may be very visible, and a lot of those features and deposits may still preserve. So a last note, talking about streams and rivers, oftentimes these natural levees that form adjacent to these rivers will have really good potential for buried archaeological deposit. It depends on how long the surface was available for site use and how quickly it's buried and whether that surface was buried by deposits that washed things away or buried or sediment, put sediment on that landform. So lastly, other types of landforms and areas can also have buried archaeological deposits, and you need to think about these other settings: alluvial fans, rock shelters and caves, sandy settings, and urban contexts can all have buried archaeological deposits, and these are all types of settings that can occur in Indiana. So I think that's the end of my presentation. Next, Pat's going to talk even more specifically about some environmental processes associated with soil formation and soil taxonomy. Great.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, let me start. All right, hi everybody. Thanks, Andy. As Andy said, I'm going to talk about pedogenesis and soil horizonation. Soils are unconsolidated mineral and organic matter on surfaces that have been subjected to and influenced by genetic and environmental factors such as parent material, climate, micro and macro organisms, relief or landscape, and time. Soils differ from material from which it is derived in many physical, chemical, biological, and morphological properties and characteristics. Sediments are a naturally occurring material that are broken down by the processes of weathering and erosion, subsequently transported by the action of wind, water, or ice, or by the force of gravity. And all of these types of soils that I'll be defining here in a second all have the potential, or these processes all have the potential for burying archaeological sites. So alluvial soils, which most of my presentation is based on, alluvial refers to the transportation or deposition of materials by streams and rivers. Aeolian refers to the transportation or deposition of materials by wind, such as deposits, wind-blown deposits such as loess. And colluvial refers to gravity-driven downslope mass movement of material on the side or bottom of slopes. Pedogenesis is the formation of soils from raw parent material and from pre-existing soils. Soil formation occurs on relatively stable landforms. It is a progressive and regressive process that can promote, preserve, or destroy horizonation, with a process that produces soil horizons. And the processes involved in the formation of soils can also adversely affect archaeological sites. Soil development: the longer soils are exposed, the more weathered they become. A longer time means soils become more developed and cumulic and thicker. This can depend upon how often flooding occurs and the rate of deposition. All processes such as alluviation, colluviation, and aeolian activities can bury a soil or landform. And here's some examples of a main activity that occurs. Pedoturbation is a process that can obliterate or mix horizonation and impact archaeological sites. On the left is an example of anthroturbation. You can see a fence post here driven through a midden deposit. Also, floral turbation. You see a lot of root activity, which has mixed this midden deposit on this site. Both of the sites I show here are on upper terraces of alluvial settings. And over here is a bioturbation. You can see this midden has just been extensively riddled with rodent burrows throughout this, which can mix archaeological deposits. Horizonation is the process that produces soil horizons. Soil horizons are identified by master horizons A, B, or C, and these can be further identified by suffixes characterized by lowercase letters such as B, P, B, T, and C. If one or more master horizons are present, they can be identified by Arabic numerals such as a C1, C2, C3, and prefixes can be used when the soil lithology changes, such as from a silt to sand, and characterized by Arabic numerals such as a 2B or a 3B. On the right is like a generalized representation of a soil horizon. Up at the top is your organic soil horizon, then your A, your B, and your C. And then here is a backhoe trench from the White River Valley. You show your AP, just a basic ABC horizon with your plow zone or AP, your cambic B horizon here, and then your C horizon, which is predominantly all sand. An A horizon are surface soils with no pedogenic development and are highly organic and identified by darker colors. Undisturbed A horizons can be found, however, most encountered by archaeologists have been disturbed by plowing and referred to as an AP. Older A horizons can be buried by alluvial or colluvial processes and are referred to as an AB horizon. Archaeological sites can be found in buried A horizons, but not all buried soils contain archaeological sites. On the left is a buried A in an alluvial setting here. You can see the darker soil that did not contain any archaeological materials. This is on the White River floodplain down in Daviess County. And on the right is an example of colluvial setting where during the post-settlement and the landscape changing from cutting trees down caused post-settlement colluvium to cover over this archaeological site here, this buried site in Greene County on I-69. And this buried horizon dated to late pre-contact period between 1000, starting, I think the radiocarbon dates came around 1300 AD, I think, from that site. A B horizons are diagnostic subsurface horizons that are formed by chemical processes that include the leaching of mineral and clay particles. And on the left, you see several different horizons with an A and a BW. I'm going to talk a little bit about a cambic or a BW horizon. These are minimally developed soils that are a few hundred years old and include brighter, redder soils. On the right, well, we also see it on the left, the BT horizon here, and as well here. Argillic or BT horizons are more developed and exhibit an increase in clay. And BT horizons are one of the more diagnostic soil horizons and date to a time when the climate was more humid. It can also take as much as 2,000 years for a well-developed argillic horizon to form. The formation of the BT horizon requires prolonged landscape stability. And then we see our C horizon here at the bottom. You see some sand here, or and that a C horizon consists of soil parent material consisting of sand, clay, and gravel, and exhibit no further development or structure. Soil taxonomy in the United States. Since the late 19th century, soil scientists have defined a soil classification that, well, in the United States, soil scientists, the soil taxonomy is relatively recent. While soil surveys have been around since the late 19th century, soil taxonomy in the United States was developed between the 1950s and mid-1970s. And soil taxonomy, soils are organized into orders, suborders, groups, families, and series. Most of us are more familiar with soil series that we see when we look up things in soil surveys for different counties. I'm going to talk briefly about some soil orders. There are 12 soil orders that all end in sol as the last syllable. So I'm going to talk about briefly about entosols, inceptosols, mollisols, and alphasols, which are generally encountered by archaeologists. Most of this work is based on work that Art Bettis and Russ Stafford have conducted during their work. Entosols are the youngest, the most recently exposed soils, and they exhibit little or no pedogenic development. So they lack any diagnostic soil horizons unless they can be buried. So but usually when you walking in a field and you see a lot of sand, that's an entasol that's just been recently deposited. And these soils generally have a low potential for buried archaeological deposits. However, they can contain late pre-contact dating between AD 1000 and 1550 and historical sites after AD 1550 and surface or very near surface contacts. Inceptosols are older than entosols and exhibit substantial evidence of eluviation, which is the removal of material from a horizon, but little evidence of illuviation, which is the movement of material such as clay from one horizon and deposition to another. Inceptosols exhibit weakly developed cambic or BW horizons. And these buried archaeological sites can date to the woodland, probably toward the latter end of the woodland period, generally not toward the earlier part of the woodland period, and the late pre-contact period, late between AD 1000 and 1550. Mollisols are older than inceptosols and have dark-colored surface horizons. Mollisols date to late Holocene and are associated with native grasslands. They exhibit well-developed argillic BT horizons, and buried archaeological sites can date to late Archaic between 4000 and 1500 BC, and the woodland period 750 BC to AD 1000. Here is a mollisol in a backhoe trench in South Dakota. You can see how this is probably 60 or 70 centimeters thick. It's an extremely thick mollisol. And alpha are derived from early to middle alluvium deposited between 10,500 and 4,000 years ago. These soils exhibit prominent modeling with argillic or BT horizons and often have fragic properties such as low organic matter, very hard soils with slow permeability, and redoxomorphic features, which I'll talk about in a second. When found on alluvial fans and high terraces, they have a high potential for buried Paleo-Indian sites between 10,000 and 8,000 BC and Archaic between 8,000 and 750 BC periods. Redoxomorphic features at the bottom of this, you can see all this light colored soil, all this modeling, is the evidence of fluctuating water tables and reduced oxidation. And generally these type of soils have a very low potential. My presentation on soils. So.
Thanks, Pat. Just checking, can everybody hear me, or can somebody verify that you can see the screen?
I hear and see the slides.
Yep, you're
Perfect.
good, Andy. And just before you get going,
Thank you.
Just before you get going, Andy, just a reminder to everyone to please mute your mics during the presentation. I heard some background noise. We'll take questions and answers at the end of the presentation, at which time you can turn your videos and mics on. That's it. You can proceed. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. So, that was a quick overview of site formation and soils. I'm sure it wasn't, hopefully it was helpful to a lot of the non-archaeologists and people learning. But next, we'd like to talk a little bit about methods, everything from the desktop review to field work and really recommendations. So I'm going to get started with a little demonstration of one method that we use at the records review level that's involves a lot of freeware apps, and as long as you have Google Earth, you could do this too. And I think Patty, Joe, or somebody from INDOT's going to post some links to some of these tools, these online tools, in the chat. So we use Google Earth, and we found a layer that the University of California has provided that covers the entire United States with soils data. It's directly from NRCS, and it's visible in Google Earth. So the nice thing about this, you have a project area, you can pull the soils layer up, you can click on the area, and it automatically brings up some information about the soils. In this case, the predominant soil is Huntington silt loam. It tells you a little bit about drainage and flooding, and in this case, it's occasionally flooded. It's got a pretty low slope, but you can dig in a little bit more, click on that link, and it actually brings up some associated soils that may also be in that setting. It tells you about the landform that soil occurs on, floodplains in this case. Down here, it tells you a little bit about flooding and drainage. Again, it's well drained, occasionally flooded. And you can even go in a little bit deeper with this, and gives you a representative profile. And if you really wanted to, you could go in and look at the official soil survey description, which pulls up in the web here, and gives you all the information you want, a written description of all that information that you can get from this. The other nice thing that I like to look at, so this tells us about the setting. We're in a floodplain, it occasionally floods. It's got some of these soil horizons that Pat just talked about, these BW horizons that could contain archaeological deposits. In this case, I may not go any further. Huntington series, yeah, we probably should be thinking about deep testing if the project is gonna affect deep deposits. But just for fun, I'll show you one other thing you could do with this data. It gives you some of that soil taxonomy in this information that you can also use in conjunction with the soil taxonomy book, which is also free online, and you can search for these. In this case, this is the mollisol, and it talks about, again, where it forms. It's on floodplains, but it also talks about the age of the soils. In some cases, not every soil series or soil order will have this information, but in this case, it specifically talks about it forming in recent alluvium, which may have buried A horizons. So that's all indicators that it's Holocene age and that it could have archaeology. Using one other example that may not be as obvious. I mean, that was the Ohio River floodplain. Pretty much any project you have on the Ohio River floodplain that's going to affect deep deposits, you should probably be thinking about deep testing because of that high potential. But this might be a project that maybe a lot of us encounter. Maybe a small bridge replacement or drainage culvert work along a smaller stream. And in this case, we've got Rensselaer loam, and it doesn't really tell us that much about the soil here, but if we dig in again, we can see it occurs in depressions, outwash plains, moraines. These are all the settings in which these soils occur. Down here, it talks about it being poorly drained, not really flooding. So it makes me wonder, and particularly these glacial terms, outwash plain is typically a glacial feature. Moraines are glacial features. This soil might be too old, or maybe the setting's just not right for flooding and for site burial. So let's go in and look at this a little bit more deeply. It's got this weird BTG profile, and that G means glade. That glaying occurs when the soils are inundated with water for long periods of time. So this may not be a great setting now, or historically, or prehistorically even, for people to even want to live there or do things. So we see it's a mollisol though. So remember, Pat talked about mollisols, and if they're in alluvial settings, they could contain buried archaeology. So just if you had more questions, we could always go to that soil taxonomy book, and again, do a little search for it. Hopefully I'm still online. and I'm not talking to myself.
You're good, buddy.
Oh, good. So here we are, these agri walls. Where'd it go? So, you know, if we read this a little bit, it talks about them occurring in the Midwest and the Great Plains. Mostly have been artificially drained and are used as cropland. Over here, it doesn't really talk about the age so much, but it does talk about somewhere in here, maybe under the Great Group, it talks about these soils mainly forming in glaciated areas of the Midwest. So these are areas that are probably too old. The fact that it's very poorly drained and had to be drained before agricultural use tells me it was probably some sort of swamp or wetland historically, and most likely prehistorically as well. So we wouldn't recommend deep testing in this setting for a project. You know, it's fairly easy to use, very quick to get this data using this method. All this stuff's also available through soil survey books. There's other online sources. I believe there's USDA has a variety of soil web map apps, some that you can use on your phone. And we'll talk about those things next. So with that, we're going to go into more traditional presentation about some of the tools we might use in the field to record this information. And Pat, are you still on?
I'm here.
Can you maybe go over this stuff?
Sure. So thanks, Andy. So while I'm in the field, some of the two main tools I use as far as helping to do soil descriptions on the left here is a Munsell soil color chart that most archaeologists are familiar with, where you have different hues and color. And then on the right is a field book for describing and sampling soils, which you can get online from NRCS. You can also, I think, get this free, request a free hard copy. This is the third version, but this is a really great resource to use because it gives you definitions for soil boundaries and different types of soil horizons and landforms and geomorphic settings. So it's a really great resource to use in the field. These are as I describe soils, we've developed, Grading Papers developed these forms, strata description forms for each strata, you know, with place for your master horizon and your subordinate horizon, your depths, the soil color, you know, your main Munsell color, any modeling, how the soil texture and soil structure, consistency of soils, the type roots, how often roots occur, and also as far as horizon boundaries. So we have migrated now to Survey 123, and so we now use this on our tablets, so electronically. So it's a lot quicker to use than having to write everything down on a piece of paper.
Thanks, Pat. Yeah. So, you know, we have similar forms, and we might use those for both hand augering and trenching. But to quickly go over some of the types of deep testing methods, you know, I'd like to start with bucket augering. It's a fairly quick and easy way to get a sample of dirt in a deep setting. You can go down with one extension. It goes down about 1.5 meters, maybe between 1 meter and 1.5 meters, depending on the length of the extension. You can add more, go deeper. Usually you can get to about, you know, I wouldn't recommend going any deeper than probably 3 meters with these things, if you can even get that deep, if you don't hit an obstruction. But they give you a good idea of what's down there. It's less invasive. You can use it in settings where maybe a backhoe can't get into. you may get a small sample size, but again, if you hit, you're hitting, you can see things like buried A horizons. And if you are in one of those with artifacts, oftentimes, look darker. You might see charcoal flecking. You might see bits of FCR. It'll give you a clue. Okay, at that depth, maybe we need to do a little bit more. So just a quick overview of auger probing. And next, in more complex settings and very deep settings where you may have archaeological deposits, more than 3 meters deep, or places that are really inaccessible, like a parking lot in this example, you may want to use some sort of hydraulic drill core that provides a solid core sample that can be examined in the field or taken back to a lab and examined more closely. They're still less invasive than trenching, but they can go deeper and I should say much smaller diameter than hand augers, and so less likely to encounter artifacts. So we, like I said, use this in complex settings. We're going to provide an example in which both Pat and I use these methods. It's not, I wouldn't, I would say that it's not often used, but it can be helpful. And Pat had found a couple interesting historic examples of coring. Do you want to talk about these, Pat?
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Yeah, these are pretty cool slides, and any archaeologist who has ever heard of the St. Albans site in Kanawha County, West Virginia. Ed McMichaels was the first state archaeologist in West Virginia, and he was doing work at the Buffalo site, which is a huge late pre-contact Fort Ancient site. And he had heard about this deeply buried site in St. Albans coming out of the riverbank. And so he was working for the West Virginia Geological Economic Survey. So he borrowed some people in their coring rig and did coring there in 1963. And so it just shows the folks here doing the coring. And then here are them examining the core, the solid core that was pulled from the St. Albans site. So this work was done in 1963. And as far as I know, this is probably the first example of geoarchaeological work conducted at an archaeological site in the Eastern Woodlands, as far as I know. He did McMichaels co-authored an article in American Antiquity that came out in 1964. So this is, really historically, as Andy said, a really slide showing one of the earliest uses of coring on an archaeological site.
So next, we're going to talk a little bit about backhoe trenching. I think these are examples that, Pat, you have from the White River? Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah, these are from the White River, which is in the background here beyond this tree line. This is on a mitigation area. So I don't know if you can see it, but this track hoe bucket has a plate welded onto it. So it creates a smooth edged bucket that can pull the soil back a few centimeters at a time. So we typically pull the plow zone off first, and then we examine the base of the plow zone for features, and then we take it down a little at a time. And here we have the trench stepped. We step them like about 1.2 or 3 meters, so allow safe entry. Then here's another photo on the right showing when we were doing a mitigation here, 2 track hoes excavating at the same time with our monitors monitoring these excavations.
Right. And
Yeah.
to
I'm sorry to interrupt,
reiterate-
but hey, can I interrupt for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. If you could go back to the last slide, I just wanted to show our environmental consultants and district folks on the line that when we talk about phase 1C subsurface investigations, that this is the type of work that we're talking about. So when you see recommendations for phase 1C investigations, or you receive reports from your archaeological subconsultants from phase 1C investigations, this is the work that they were conducting on either the archaeological site or in the project area. So when you hear terms like deep trenching or phase 1C subsurface reconnaissance, things of that nature, this is what's being described. So I think this was just a really good example of phase 1C, and I just wanted to kind of make that point for our environmentalist and district staff in the meeting. So sorry to interrupt. Thank you. You can go on.
No, that's good point, and good reminder that we have non-archaeologists on the talk. So to kind of reiterate some of what Pat said, and to point out some things about backhoe trenching, it is more invasive than coring, but it can expose archaeological deposits better. So you might do some coring first to see what's down, see if there's anything down there, and then you might do some backhoe trenching to explore what that depth where you found something. You have some control with the backhoe, especially if it has a smooth bucket, and if you're troweling or scraping the floors and walls as you go down, to see when you get into those deposits. But the downside of trenching is you can only go so deep before it's really unsafe. And we have to follow OSHA. To even go 3 meters deep, you have to step out of a backhoe trench. You can't go more than 4 or 5 feet in most settings without stepping it out. And off to the right here is a good example of this is mitigation. This wasn't a testing phase 1C project, but just to safely work in that environment, we had to create some pretty big blocks to go even deeper to sample the deposits that we were targeting. And it's not an example from Indiana, sorry. So just more examples of how you might, even at the phase 1C level, you may do some hand excavation. So let's say you see something in the trench wall, you're not sure if it, you may have a couple artifacts, but you don't know what that means. If there's more there, you may do a small excavation unit or even a larger one to get a better sense. Pat, do you have anything to add on backhoe trenching?
I don't believe so, Andy. I think you covered a lot of it. It's like you said, it's more invasive, but you get a much better view of sediments and an ability to identify archaeological deposits in a backhoe trench.
Right. And, going back to, how deep do we need to go? For certain projects, we may not need to go 3 meters or even 1.5 meters to sample. It's going to depend, if it's a new highway. Well, we can talk about that in a minute about the considerations of when to use certain methods and how to use them. Lastly, and perhaps we should have presented this first, but there's a variety of new ways to collect data. Pat previously mentioned ArcGIS Survey 123. They've got that form that he showed earlier, more or less digitized and for use in this software package. I know a lot of people now are using ArcGIS Collector, soon to be something else I hear, but still ESRI. That's a way to collect points, lines, and areas combined with GPS. Whereas Arc Survey or Survey 123 is more of a form-driven database type application. And previously, I showed or demonstrated the Google Earth soils layer. That same soils web information can be on your phone through the Soil Web app. And again, I believe Patty Jo has provided a link in the comments to allow people to download that for themselves. So a lot of digital tools that we can use in the field. Last but not least, some considerations for for making a decision about deep testing. Using all this information. Here's kind of a step-by-step decision tree of sorts to take us through, whether or not we need to really do deep testing or how much to do. At that desktop level, where we're looking at what's mapped in the area, what those soils mean, what the soil taxonomy is, we may determine that it's not an alluvial soil, like in that example that I showed from northern Indiana, the Rensselaer series. Not really a soil that would have buried archaeology, so we wouldn't recommend deep testing there. And also bringing in project type and size, how deep is the project going to affect deposits? Is a surface survey, even in an alluvial setting, maybe enough? If you're only going to be driving heavy equipment across a project area, and maybe not disturbing things deeper than a foot or two, maybe we don't really need to go deeper than a shovel probe in some cases. Or on really small projects, maybe just a couple well-placed auger probes at the phase 1 level would tell us about those alluvial soils and whether they have the potential for buried archaeology in them. So a lot of considerations. Large projects should be on floodplains, should be fairly obvious. They could have a lot of potential for deep disturbances, ditches, foundations for bridges. All those, even the roadbed itself can be built up and can have a foundation that can go several feet, depending on where they need to go. So you need to consider the project and whether deep testing is necessary and how much. I believe this will be part of the presentation available, this kind of decision tree online through INDOT. So look for it there. And that's the end of our methods talk. I think, yes, I'm going to go right into talking about or at least one project example, and kind of hopefully tie it back to some of those methods and considerations for site formation and methodologies. My example is probably not. It's going to be a great showcase for the project, but it's going to be a rare case for many projects to have to go to this level or extent of deep testing and deep archaeological investigation. But it kind of covers a lot of unique circumstances and issues and good archaeology that we encountered. This project is located in southern Floyd County, Indiana, on the Ohio River floodplain. It was originally associated with the proposed relocation or realignment of State Road 111 to avoid some landslides that are occurring along the river banks that are currently affecting the road. But later the project got changed to just fixing those slide locations along the existing road. So I'm going to kind of take you through the history and findings of the project to where we are to date. So, I don't know how long the river's been eroding, but I know it's been a while, at least since the 1980s, and probably since the Ohio River's been controlled, dammed, and controlled by the Army Corps of Engineers. I'm sure erosion has been occurring differently along these banks. So in the mid 2010s, INDOT recognized the need and began addressing several slides that were occurring along the riverbank along State Road 111. INDOT cultural resource archaeologists conducted some salvage work along the banks. There was a known archaeological site there, one that contained human burials. So they wanted to treat this sensitively and appropriately, but it's also right on the banks of the Ohio River. In this picture, you can kind of see the guardrails to the State Road 111 up there in the upper left. And if the picture were to show further to the right, it goes straight down to the water. So they're not hanging onto the the banks, but they're pretty close to the edge. During this investigation, INDOT found 4 cultural zones and 5 archaeological features. This is a profile they put together of the bank, really, and it shows the 4 cultural zones and the features within them. Zone 1 was a middle woodland deposit. We had a few features in it. Zone 2 was probably early to middle woodland, also had a feature. And Zone 3, which was probably early woodland. Yeah, they had a hafted biface come out of that. And then Zone 4, which was late archaic deposits. Here's a couple artifacts. I believe that Dina point is one that came out of the profile, and the low point maybe came out of one of those features in the upper middle woodland deposit. Later in 2016, INDOT conducted some initial phase 1C subsurface reconnaissance for the project. This was at the time they had decided to do a road realignment. They wanted to move the road further away from the river to avoid that erosion. So there were 3 proposed road realignment alternatives. They dug 91 auger probes to at least 140 centimeters. Almost half of them were positive for artifacts or evidence of archaeological deposits. They also did some additional bank inspection, and they recorded more information about the sites out there. There were 2 previously recorded sites, FL 73 and FL 195, and 1 newly recorded site. And this was primarily on the floodplain further away from the river bank where they were recording these sites. Here's this picture kind of shows their methodology. They were doing shovel probes to investigate the surface deposits, but then placing auger probes at the base of those to get to those deeper deposits. Some examples of artifacts found in these auger probes. I mean, you can find pottery, sometimes even small hafted bifaces and other tools that might be temporally diagnostic. Then in 2017, cultural resource analysts was contracted by INDOT to conduct work, some additional phase 1C subsurface reconnaissance within the proposed preferred alternate. So there were 3 alternate routes that they were going to cross the floodplain, and they selected one, and that's the one we began investigating a little bit more closely. In this case, and this is a shot, an overview of the floodplain and levee, really, of the Ohio River. You know, everything in between that tower in the background to where this picture is being taken, we had to investigate. Not everything in between that, or left to right, but in between where I'm standing and the tower is, we had to do trenching. We did some hydraulic coring to get a better idea of how deep the deposits were. Did some hand augering and some hand excavations, but this was still kind of phase 1C, exploring those sites, better defining the extent, both the lateral and vertical extent of the deposits. Part of that was modeling the land, the river valley. Using the hydraulic core data and some of the trench data, we were able to kind of figure out what the sediments were out there, how old they were. We did some radiocarbon dating of sediments from the cores, and we used a geoarchaeologist who had his own hydraulic coring drill rig, who required those samples. He analyzed the sediments from them and looked at, this is an example of, he used some LiDAR data for the area to kind of identify landforms. In our project area, he identified the natural levee of the Ohio River, a crevice splay, which is kind of where maybe the levee broke and sediments were deposited over behind the levee, and a low terrace landform, which is a little bit higher than the levee in the floodplain. He determined that really there wasn't, that this floodplain that we were investigating was really a terrace that flood deposits were being placed on. It's kind of a semantic thing. Terraces are just older floodplains, so it technically is still a floodplain, and it does still flood even to this day, and historically it did. And he found, alluvial sediments over 5 meters, and sometimes up to 8 meters. And here's like a transect, a representative profile of the cores we did out there. And you can see here the one core closest to the river, the one on the natural levee, went almost 8 meters. he hit actual channel deposits, river channel deposits, which those, although he was able to date them, those would be unlikely to have archaeological deposits in them. Think back to the slide that I showed earlier with people kind of fishing next to the stream. That's what he encountered here, a lot of sand and gravel. If people were using that landscape, the evidence of it wouldn't be there anymore. Further away from the river, we had radiocarbon dates that went from 3 to 4,000 years old in those upper 1 to 2 meters, which fit with previous studies. There was a lot of work done associated with a casino project there back in the mid 90s. And what we found kind of, it was nearly identical to what they found there for the ages of the soils, for the potential of those soils, and what should be found in them. In short, late archaic cultural deposits were expected to be the oldest to be found in our project area. So we did some trenching and hand excavation at this phase 1C level. And I mentioned that we did find intact archaeological deposits at all 3 sites. They were most prominent at the northernmost site, which is FL73. Here we had both woodland deposits, more shallowly buried, between 50 and 80 centimeters. And then below that, at about 1 meter, we started hitting some terminal late archaic deposits, including some features associated with that. And this picture shows a trench that's sampling those deeper deposits, those archaic. We put a hand excavated unit there. And here's some more examples of trenches out there during that phase 1C investigation. You got some weakly developed buried A horizons. All those little flags, those orange, pink flags, are artifacts sticking out of the trench wall associated with those components. The upper photograph is the woodland zone, and that lower one, you can see it may even be that unit that I showed you previously. We just went deeper with it, and it's sampling the archaic zone. Some examples of features we found during this is still just during the phase 1C trenching. As I mentioned, they're about 3,500 BP. And these features, they don't look like much. They're mostly rock-filled pits. They may have been, former fire pits, hearths, but most likely they could just be trash pits. They are concentrations of artifacts. We were able to get some botanical remains out of them that we could date. And they are associated with other artifacts in that same zone and buried soil. We also found some grit tempered pottery associated with the woodland zone. And the trenches and auger cores at the remaining sites, we found other artifacts and deposits. We didn't find any features, and unfortunately, at that time during that investigation, those other sites we weren't able to fully investigate because we primarily had a higher water table, and things we couldn't go very deep. It would fill with water. It wasn't safe. So we had hoped to go back in 2019 and do some additional testing and to explore those deposits a little bit better, and we did. So additional phase 1C and phase 2 were kind of to better explore those deposits that we had just found during the phase 1C. And we also began mitigating those areas where we found features, represent time periods that aren't really well understood in the Ohio Valley, and we don't have a whole lot of data from them. So it was important that we try to expose more of those features and confirm and try to explore those deposits better. So again, we did a bunch more trenches, some units. We found more features. We also ended up doing some strip blocks and finding even more features associated with FL73. Again, some representative examples of features found, more of these rock-filled pits, both in the block floor and some in these trench walls. So sometime between 2019, between this and this, so the end of 2019, early 2020, the overall INDOT project changed. They were no longer going to relocate the road across the floodplain. It wasn't because of the archaeology, although I'm sure that was a concern. for whatever reason, they decided to continue to use the existing road and to fix the slides along the riverbank. So all that work we did, we're going to be writing up and finalizing. And there is a report for the Phase 1C project, but the most recent data recovery and Phase 2 work is still in progress. So that project kind of ground to a halt, and then we began to focus on the riverbanks, where there were existing slides, but we also knew there was existing archaeological deposits. So here's a couple examples of what we were kind of dealing with. The one on the right shows a better view of the guardrails there, but also it shows what's just beneath what is probably historic or slope wash. There was this thick layer of artifacts and features. So we began sampling that with some first with auger probes right off the edge of the road to see what the depth of things were. Then we did some unit and feature excavations right off the edge of the slope as safely as we could. And we, not long after beginning those hand excavations, we did find human remains. We did find quite a few late archaic hafted bifaces. So we figured we were in a late archaic rock midden. So we halted work at that time. We got we consulted with Native Americans. We involved the DHPA. We got a treatment plan for if we find more human remains, what we would do, and we restarted the work specifically at the midden deposits in November of 2020 and worked through recently through March of 2021. We hand excavated about 10% of that midden deposits. We recovered thousands of artifacts and did discover more human remains associated with those deposits. So we dealt with a lot of challenges out there. This is mid excavation. You see how we're kind of digging into the slope with the units and creating these nice benches and walls. But then, it didn't take much for a rain event or flooding to just mess it all up. That upper left is the same photo as the lower right, just after some flooding, I believe. And you can see this giant crack here. That's literally the slope beginning to fail. So we couldn't really work too closely to that. And we stopped work in March after we got that large sample. We were able to really define where the midden extended along the banks, and we came back. We started to come back this summer to do more work there. We're going to have to, just because of the human remains, because it's a burial ground, we're going to have to excavate 100% of that area. And right now we're just waiting on right-of-way acquisition before we can complete it. So we started some work, restarted some work. We found more of the midden in some other areas of the slope. It's not as thick. We didn't find human remains in some of these other areas, but there's a lot more out there, and we hope to be back out this probably in 2022 now. Some gratuitous hafted bifaces from the site, mostly late archaic. Well, all of these are late archaic, stemmed, or I think that upper middle one is Matanzas. All pretty much could date to that time period, 3500, that we have radiocarbon dates for this site. All right, with that said, I'm going to turn this over to Pat and his presentation on the White River Valley.
All right, thanks, Andy. That's some really cool stuff. Let me see if I can get my presentation up here. All right, you guys, see that?
Pat, could you turn it into the slideshow? You're kind of, it shows two slides on the screen right now.
Why it's doing that? Get out of it and. I don't know why it's still doing that. I don't know what to do now.
Yeah.
Shoot. Let me see if this. Is that, no, that's not going to do it. Does it
There it
show?
is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. So, yeah, Andy, that's some really cool stuff you guys have been doing there. To preface this, again, the work that Grade Paper has conducted for I-69, we have been involved with the I-69 corridor project since 2004. And I actually first became involved with I-69 when I was still working at the University of Kentucky. And, and then when I came to Grade Paper, I started working on I-69 in 2009. So I have had the opportunity of over 10 years of experience, of the opportunity to work for 10 years on one project. And that's a very unique opportunity in order to develop what I'm going to present you a model of buried site potential for the White River Valley based on the work that we did for the I-69 corridor. So the I-69 corridor starts in Evansville and goes up to Indianapolis and covers 229 kilometers. And there's 6 different sections. This section 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So I'd like to thank INDOT for all their support in all the work that we've done on I-69. Also like to thank our clients, the Lockmuller Group and HNTV, for their support throughout this project. I'd also like to thank Grain Pape for providing me the opportunity and the time and the funding to write a buried site model based on the work that was conducted for this project. Again, like I said, it's a very unique opportunity that I've had to work on this, and particularly I'd like to thank Mike Stryker and David Kroll at Grain Pape, who provided me the time to do this. Currently, my model is the buried site model is now available at a Shard location near you, so you can download that from Shard if you have access. So the White River drainage is here in the turquoise colored line, and it covers over 29,000 square kilometers, and there's the west and the east fork drainages. And here's this kind of collage of photos from I-69, some couple you've already seen. And like kind of Andy said, you have to be very careful in these deep testing settings. You get trench collapse, if the soils aren't stable enough, and then you get rain events, you get trenches filled with water, and it's just, you have to be very careful in these settings. And here it shows the crew cleaning off the trench walls so we can see the sediments on that. Just a few stats about our work that we've done in I-69. First, let me preface to say that not all the work, the initial work that was done for I-69 was a geomorphic model was developed by Russ Stafford, and then another model was developed by Bill Monahan. So there was a lot of coring was done in the lower sections 1, 2, and 3, and also, and other sections 2, 4, and 5 as well. But so a lot of trenching was eliminated from having to be done on the lower part of the White River Valley because the coring showed that the soils were either too old to contain human occupation, or the soils were too gleyed and would not have any potential for buried archaeological sites. So a few stats. Over 288 hectares have been investigated. This includes 9 mitigation areas, 9 stream crossings, 3 mainline corridor studies, over 656 backhoe trenches have been excavated as part of this study in the past 10 years. Over 11,454 square meters of trenches have been excavated. Almost 4,000 linear feet of cores and trenches have been excavated. 142 cores were excavated by Russ Stafford and Mark Canton and Bill Monahan and also Mike Kolb. So of the work that was conducted, 104 backhoe trenches were positive for cultural material, and this included 35 buried archaeological sites, 33 of which had no surface expression whatsoever, and 31 AMS dates and 4 OSL dates were recovered during this work. Here is a photograph of a trench at one of the mitigation areas near Martinsville, showing the plow zone in a very deep or dark soil horizon with a cultural deposit sitting right on top of soil and gravel lag deposits. And like all these orange, this is a projectile point, and these are artifacts, firecrack rock. And here's the projectile point, is a Brewerton side notch late archaic point. The radiocarbon dates that we recovered from a feature that was excavated into the subsoil dated between 882 and 845 BC. So you can see it's about what, 10, 20, 30, 40, about 50 centimeters below the ground surface. So if you were doing like a standard shovel test, unless you were taking your shovel test down at least to 50 or deeper, there's no way you would have been able to identify this site. Here's another archaeological site, 12MG 580, which in north of Martinsville. This site had an early archaic horizon. Radiocarbon dates range between, oh, actually, these are just a range for early woodland, I'm sorry, 750 to 200 BC in the middle woodland period, 200 BC to 8600. This is a thermally altered rock feature, which is like 50 centimeters or so, 60 centimeters below the ground surface. And it had a little bit of botanical material and some animal bone, but there's like, I can't remember how many rocks were in here. There's like over 100 rocks were in this feature. So, and that's one of the things, these features are important to find because you can find botanical remains and faunal remains that can tell us a little bit about subsistence patterns. Also, the features tell us a little bit also about settlement. You know, these folks were camping on this, you know, temporarily camping on this landform. Also, the botanical remains also provide us with radiocarbon dates as well. Here's another thermally altered rock feature at the Leonard Moline mitigation area on the White River. And this was right at 47 centimeters below the ground surface. So these aren't really deep, but again, if you're only doing a surface reconnaissance in a cultivated field or just doing shovel testing, the chances are you would never have found this buried site. Here's another really interesting feature, an early woodland feature dating between 799 and 750 BC, based on AMS dates. Up here are some deer bone that came out of the feature, and here's a black bear ulna. So that was real interesting that we found that material in this feature. Here's another site, 12MG 611, that was identified probably about right at the base of the plow zone. We found this pottery dated to the Oliver phase between the radiocarbon date was 1223 to 1286. Taking all this information together from all the phase 1C work that was conducted on I-69, all this work was conducted in river settings. So most of the sites, you know, whether you're in a floodplain or a ridge top in a scroll environment where you had ridges and swales, and most of the sites were, you know, we found on top of the ridges. 2 sites were found in a levee setting near the river, and 1 on a bench. So you can see here that 22 of the archaeological sites were found at modern surface elevations between 186, 195 meters above the mean sea level. The drainage in nearest streams, 8 of the archaeological sites were found on the East Fork drainage. 27 sites were found on the West Fork. Again, that's because the coring eliminated the need to do a lot of trenching on the East Fork. On the West Fork, we did significantly more trenching and found significantly more archaeological sites. Based on nearest stream, you see here that, majority of the sites were found on the west fork of the White River. 6 were found on the east fork of the White River. And then 3 sites were found on Crooked Creek, 5 on Bryant Creek, and 5 on some unnamed or intermittent streams. The distance to nearest stream are predominantly, the majority of the sites were found between 0 and 200 meters from the nearest stream. So, I mean, were found as far away as 900 meters, but the majority of the sites were found directly adjacent or right around 200 meters from the nearest stream. Regarding soil information and soil order, 4 sites were found in intasols. 24 of the archaeological sites were identified within inceptisols, and 7 sites were found, buried sites were found associated with mollisols. Armersburg silty clay loam is a mollisol. That's where those 7 sites were found. The majority of the sites that we have found were associated with Genesee. Silt loam is an inceptisol, and then a few other sites were found with one site with a Cuba silt loam, a handful with a Hayman silt loam, and one with Nolan silty clay, and one with the Wakeland silt loam. The site information, site types, artifact scatters, which I'm calling predominantly historical sites. Most of the sites were campsites, which had features and some botanical remains, not always any fossil remains. 5 of the sites were FCR scatters, 2 isolated finds, just isolated projectile points found, and then lithic scatters, not without any feature association or any botanical remains. As you can see, archaeological components, but the majority of the sites have been unassigned. If not, we don't have any temporal information from, but 5 of the sites were late archaic, 4 were early woodland. We had 1 with a middle woodland date, 2 late woodland, some unassigned woodland. We had pottery, but we couldn't really determine how to assign the pottery to any specific woodland phase, and 3 late pre-contact archaeological sites, and then 2 historic sites. So here are some of the AMS dates that we recovered. Are some of our dates, and I don't have all the 31 dates because I couldn't fit it all into one slide, but some of our dates that we recovered associated with archaeological deposits, and some that were just recovered from, and I apologize for my dogs going barking. He must see a leaf or something outside. And then some were just associated with sediments that were just to get an idea of the age of the landform. So probably the oldest date we have is 3010 plus or minus 40 BP, which is later archaic. We see a range of dates, around between 2500 and so and 3000 BP, 3000 years ago. Based on the work that we've done, it looks like probably the earliest dates we're getting in the White River, earliest settlement and occupation, is from the about 3000 BP, 3000 years ago. So that's when the landform started to stabilize enough for people to be able to live there. And here are 4 OSL dates that were recovered from 2 sites in Morgan County. We did a phase 2 on MG 580 and a data recovery at MG 564. MG 564 was predominantly an Oliver phase late pre-contact site, but it did have an early woodland component. And then 580 was the site with the early and middle woodland components. And you can see here we have at a depth of 160 centimeters from the sea horizon, 2.9, so almost 3,000 years ago. And then from a buried A horizon, 185 centimeters, 2.9, 3,000 years ago. So definitely, we were getting archaeological material from this buried A. So I would, again, look at all the work that we did. In where we worked, probably the earliest record of human occupation in the flood plain of the White River would be about 3,000 years ago. And here's a map showing the areas of archaeological potential based on our model. And we've using this. What's interesting is you see, you know, in the meandering sections of the White River, the East Fork and the West Fork, you see a lot of potential for archaeological sites. But then, kind of in the bedrock controlled section, you really don't see a lot of potential because most of that area doesn't have a lot of floodplains. Is all bedrock controlled, and you get higher landforms that have older archaeological deposits. If you've ever read Ed Herman's dissertation, that's what his study is based on. But so we, based on our model, over 87,000 hectares of the White River Valley have been determined to have a high potential for buried archaeological sites. Of that, over 55,000 hectares are in the West Fork, and over 32,000 are found in East Fork drainage. In the West Fork, one site per 3.2 hectares was found. So using this model, there's potential of 17,000 buried archaeological sites in the area. And then in the East Fork drainage, there was one site per 9.3 hectares. And we've, you know, based on this model, can you predict maybe 3,400 buried archaeological sites are predicted. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Andy and Pat. So we covered a lot of information. Saw some cool photographs from Phase 1C investigations and features and artifacts. And at this time, we're going to open up the presentation for questions, comments, just general discussion. You know, archaeologists, if you have anything specific you'd like to ask or say, now's the time. And also consultants or district staff, if you have, you know, ever wondered what Phase 1C is and why we have to do this deep trenching in the first place, now's the time to, you know, find out why. So this is all about Phase 1C and archaeology, and we're happy to, you know, take your questions.
Looks like Matt Coon's hand is up.
All right. Hi, Matt.
Hey, Sean. I don't have a question per se, but I did want to point out a couple of things based on what we just saw. And one of those is to kind of stress that while a lot of us are sort of conditioned to look for buried A horizons, those really aren't necessary if you were to look at a lot of the sites that Pat just talked about, and I think some of the deposits that Andy was looking at too. The majority of those were actually encountered in B horizons. I think sometimes in stacked B horizons that didn't have a buried A horizon associated with them. So the lack of a buried A horizon doesn't necessarily indicate that there's no potential for buried deposits. And the second thing I wanted to point out is that you might have noticed in Pat's study there at the end, some of the sites he was finding were in entasols, which are considered to have a low probability for buried deposits. But I think that's a case where we're maybe asking too much of the soil mapping, because you often see a disclaimer if you zoom in on soil levels, soil maps, that they're not intended to be accurate at the scale you're trying to view them in, because a lot of the soil map units contain a variety of small or sometimes large amounts of other soils as well. And so some of those entasols, if you look at them, they actually contain areas of inceptisols that could have buried sites. And similarly, some of the inceptisols contain areas of mollisols. And I know Pat found in the cases where, I think all of the cases where soils were mapped in areas of entosols, that the soil actually appeared to be older and more developed than you might have expected. So I think the takeaway from that is you can't just rely strictly, while your desktop review at the beginning is important, you can't strictly rely on the published soils, the soil order classifications. And so that's why, going back to the earlier part, it's important during your phase 1A, if you're in alluvial soils, even if they're not mapped as a soil order that has a high probability, you should probably still consider some amount of limited or just some appropriate amount of augering to evaluate the actual potential of the subsurface for containing buried deposits. You can't just write them off based on what's mapped there, because reality is more complicated than the soil maps. So that was really my 2 points.
If I might, Sean, thank you, Matt. I had failed to mention when I was giving my presentation that 40% of the archaeological sites were associated with a buried A, but over 50% of those sites were found associated with a just floating in the B horizon. They're just associated, like Matt said, in the B horizon or stacked. He always barks when I talk. So in those horizons, and so, but also it's a valid point. In the sites we found associated with the entosols were on Bryant Creek, and all those sites were, all those soils were over thickened A horizons, so they probably should be reclassified as mollisols, because they were much thicker soils, thicker A horizons than we had found in other locations.
Yes, so good point to bring up, Matt, and good, thank you for providing that additional information, Pat. So yes, it is very important to review your setting and landforms at the beginning of your project, in order so you know what tools you need in the field, and maybe you can even start thinking about your sampling strategy at that point based on how large your project area is, and how those alluvial soils are mapped. So of course your recommendations are going to be based upon what you find in the field, more so maybe than what the mapping how the mapping informed you at the beginning of your records check. And Mary is asking a very consultant-like question. How much does this type of archaeology cost? And how does a phase 1C investigation impact a project schedule? And where does phase 1C reconnaissance take place within the overall section 106 schedule? I can speak on some of that. Cost is always going to be variable, based on the size of the project area. If it's a small structure replacement, that's going to be less costly than a new road alignment, say a bridge and new bridge and road crossing like ORX in the Ohio River Valley, near Evansville, that INDOT is pursuing, where we're crossing a very wide floodplain of the Ohio River. So that, that's probably going to be the costs associated with that work will probably be, a lot more than just conducting some limited auger probing for a culvert replacement. Again, same thing with the project schedule. It's all based on the complexity and size of the project that is being investigated. So just important to work closely with your prime or your sub archaeologist. If you receive a recommendation for additional phase 1C work after the phase 1A, that's the time to start working closely with your archaeologist on scheduling that, because based on the results of the phase 1C, you could find yourself in a situation where you have a very significant archaeological site that needs to be mitigated, and so now you have an adverse effect, an MOA. You're adding a lot of time to your project, so it's best to proceed with whatever your archaeologist recommends. If it's trenching or just fine-grained augering in alluvial soils. Just probably best to proceed with that before making a finding of effect. So that's phase 1C is still part of the identification effort. It's still considered, a subset of your surface archaeology, like phase 1A. It's really just it's a deep phase 1A basically, and it takes place, hopefully before a finding of effect. And I don't know, Pat or Andy or INDOT staff, if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, I'd like to just add that all phase 1C is not represented by what we just saw. These are some more extreme examples where you have extensive areas of buried deposits, or sometimes very deeply stratified buried deposits. In my experience, the vast majority of smaller projects than this, like structure replacements in smaller stream settings, typically what you'll find when you get into those settings is that you either have a fairly narrow floodplain where the stream is sort of tightly incised, and if you're at all close to it, maybe within the depth of your shovel probe or not far below, you might start hitting, channel deposits because the stream has meandered in the past. And maybe you get away from those a little bit spatially, and especially in the northern part of the state, you might find in those cases that you actually have fairly shallow alluvium over some sort of outwash or till, or in other parts of the state, shallow alluvium over, parent materials. And so during the phase 1A, it's often very feasible to find out, just using a shovel probe or extending your shovel probes with augers, that little or no additional deep testing, like in the form of trenching, is necessary. But, that depends, and that's why we have to look.
I was going to say something similar and point out that we really like to see augers used in the phase 1A, in part because if it gets to be a phase 1C, there's a review for the plan built in. So you're already talking about probably 6 weeks just for writing a plan and getting a review for that approved. And augering is limited augering is perfectly acceptable in a phase 1A, and will often give you good information to make a recommendation for a phase 1C. And as long as nobody else is talking right now, I put in the chat that the field book was still available online. I neglected to say it first and revised my comment there. It's available as a PDF. The paper copies are not available at the moment. So it's harder to. It may not be a paper copy may not be easy to get at the moment. The website that Andy got his Google Earth. Layer From is out of Cal Davis. It's their web lab, their soil lab. And on that website, there is a Google Maps version of that, which is really fabulous. I hadn't seen that website before. It's really useful. And to go with the point about soils and the books not necessarily being 100% accurate on soil series in any location, I just clicked on one on another screen, and it just on the description, it says, for a Rensselaer clay loam, it's only 75% in any given mapped unit, and then there's 10% of then there's percentages of other map series that could be in there as well. So they're great. Soil series are in the soil books are great tools, but with limitations that we should all be aware of. And for that reason, we like to see multiple variables considered anytime we have a phase 1C recommendation. Not just that it's an alluvial soil series, but also landform or results of bucket augers and things like that. And I'll quit talking for a while in case somebody else has a comment or a question.
It looks like we have a comment from Robert Donahue in the chat. He says, could Andy or Pat talk a bit about post-settlement alluvium?
Yeah, Mr. Donahue, if you want to just unmute yourself and ask your question, specifically what in what context, would Pat and Andy would be happy to answer that.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Well, they were mentioning about they're working and I worked with Andy at CRA. He's a great geoarchaeologist there, and I remember working in projects there and in other projects where you have small river basins and large river basins, but post-settlement alluvium is always an issue because you were talking about the entosols earlier, and you have those over-thickened surface sediments, and they can be really tricky. And in some of the places you have a meter of post-settlement alluvium shows up as an entasol because it's very simple, but below that you have you could have deeply buried deposits, and even in some smaller river basins you can have that. And I haven't been practicing for a while, and I just wondered if they, from their experience in those big projects or even the smaller projects, whether they have some observations or suggestions, when it comes to like bucket augering or tabletop work, about what they've experienced, and as I said before, suggestions for those areas where you could have those deeply buried areas that may not look that way at first glance.
This is Andy. I can speak a little bit to it. I mean, I think certainly at State Road 111 we had some recent alluvium, and especially along the banks there, you could see it. And I'm not sure. It gets complicated because I think some of it was eroded and then redeposited further away from the riverbank. It seemed like to me out there that the post-sediment alluvium was fairly shallow on that floodplain. And I don't know if that's a reflection of just the river being more entrenched at that location and not as much sediment moving across the floodplain anymore, meaning that when it does flood, it might just be water moving across and not necessarily much sediment, because the way the river's dammed. I'm not 100% certain about that. I think in smaller drainages, and Pat, you can talk about this, I think it's more likely you're going to have things like flash floods, and it's going to scour the landscape more likely to scour and post-sediment alluvium is going to be displacing, more likely to displace materials. What do you think, Pat?
Yeah. Hi, Andy. Yeah, and Robert. Yeah, those are valid points. I mean, in my experience on the White River Valley, I don't recall a lot of post-settlement alluvium. I mean, thicket deposits in the actual White River Valley, on the floodplain of the White River Valley. I mean, it was usually pretty shallow. We weren't usually right adjacent to the main stem of the river. We were, further away. On the Bryant Creek, which is a small tributary, on a kind of an upland setting, there was probably more potential for the post-settlement alluvium or colluvium on that site than we saw other places. In the screen of the slide I had showed the site in Greene County, that was kind of a small along Indian Creek, kind of a shallow, kind of a upper terrace setting, and that was a result of that buried horizon was a result of post-settlement colluvium from the loss of cutting deforestation and farming activities, which kind of just washed all that material down slope and covered that habitation site. And I wish I had thought about editing the slide, but when we were doing excavations there, we had uncovered the buried horizon, and we're stripping the overburden off of that. And we had a rain event, just a horrible rain event one night, and basically all of our trenches in that area and the stripped area was covered again with recent sediment from our back our back dirt pile. Sorry. And so I think it happens maybe more often, like you said, Andy, in these smaller, you see it more often in these smaller drainages, I think.
All right. Thanks for that question, and that led to a good discussion. Does any other archaeologists online have any questions about the topic? General thoughts? Oh, go ahead, Patty Jo.
I had a few questions prepared, some that are probably more for non-archaeologists. But the first one I had is, how do you recommend a phase 1C when you don't have clear evidence of a buried soil?
That's a good question. A lot is, as Matt observed, that there's not always, and I have found in my work, not all buried soils have archaeological sites associated with them. But if you have some well-developed soils, like a cambic B or an argillic B horizon that you can identify in your coring, then you have a higher potential to find buried sites in those type of soils. Did that answer your question, Patty Jo?
Yeah. Thank you. My next question is, can you discuss the stacked horizons of A and B that are shown on slide 9 of your PowerPoint, and why does this difference matter to an archaeologist?
So was that on the soils presentation?
It was on the soil horizon.
Okay. Hold on.
So
Let me
slide.
Let me pull that up here and look. So okay. What was your question again, please?
Can you discuss the stacked horizons, which are shown as A and B, and why does this difference matter to archaeologists?
And you said in slide 9.
Yes.
Okay. So in an A horizon typically has little pedogenic development. It's the more recent soil. There's organic soils. But as you go down further into a soil horizon and you see like a B horizon, whether it's a cambic or an argillic horizon, that suggests that those soils were exposed for a longer period of time and have had longer period of time to develop into that type of soil. And so the longer a landform is exposed, the higher there is a potential for human occupancy on that landform. And so a higher potential for, buried archaeological sites. And also the longer a landform is exposed and the more soil development that occurs is that you can get like a bunch of different people living there, from different time periods, at one time, too.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
All right. Well, we reached 2 o'clock. So we'll take one more minute of if anybody has any questions, we can go just a little longer if we need to. So I'd like to open up, any consultants, archaeologists, if you have any for similar cases you'd like to share, or examples, or questions for Pat or Andy, we'll go on for just a couple more minutes. Thanks a lot. All right, it's pretty quiet out there. All right, everyone wants to get back to their emails and work. All right, well, we'll just depart then, and thank everybody for attending today. Special thanks to Pat and Andy and CRA and Gray and Pape for your time and assistance in developing this presentation, especially to special thanks to Kevin and Chuck for allowing you to work on this with as busy as you all are. We're very very grateful for your help, and thank you everybody, and we'll see you all down the line. Take care.